Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good day today. Are we ready? Hello, Umgak. Hello, Lamb. Hello, Kane. Hello, Tyler. Hello, Sylvie. Oh my goodness, everyone is here. Jeez, that's... whoa. But yeah, I hope everyone is having a good day. Hello. Hello, hello. Gang assembled. Apparently, we have decided we really want to know Michelle's story. Gang assembled. I'm good, still sick. Yeah, that's fair. I know, it's been weird this week. I don't know what's happening with the weather. Last week was absolutely freezing, and now we're at 0 degrees, and I'm confused. Hello, Tyr. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we'll see. Well, if anything we have learned from this game is that happiness is hard to find. And to treasure it while you have it. So. Don't mean to get a little sappy right now, but you know, it's the nature of the game. So, you know. Yeah, it'll get nice and happy before it gets absolutely horrible. Because for those of you that were here during my Blender stream where I messed up, do we remember how the false story went? How chapter 4 or door 4's story originally went? Thank you for the hydrate. Blender, I'm confused. Don't worry about it. I still have to edit it out. It's fine. Huh? So we think nothing of it ever happened. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So we think that it's completely false. I just didn't know what you meant by 1984 at first. I was like, what, huh? All good. To be fair, I haven't read that book in like 10 years, so probably more than 10 years at this point. Oh, goodness. But yeah. Any predictions of what's about to happen? Well, that's normal, unfortunately. Tyler, the US has banned a lot of books. And a lot of good books. That is not a new thing, unfortunately. Chaos, sadness, depression, chaos. Fair. Something terrible. Yeah. But is the real question. Also help, I'm a vampire again. I can't sleep during night hours. That's fair. Okay. Before we get into some Memphis May Fire, let's get into the game, shall we? Thank you. Thank you. It is whatever the hell Spotify has deemed my playlist. So it's just a mix of everything. Okay. Let's inspect our memories. We are at Demon. How fun. Let it be known I had a sleep schedule for 3 months. That's good. That's better than most of us. So congratulations. It's better than most of us. That was a door. Right, I forgot that's where we left off. I might have best let stay shut. Not knowing the truth would have been so much easier. I would have been made to shudder in disgust. Hearing about the crimes of my own family. But if I hadn't opened that door... 1 second, guys. Give me just 2 seconds. I'm gonna just do something real quick. Sorry, I gotta change one thing. There we go. I would have lost everything that day. After far too long, I finally let myself see the person in Giselle. Giselle didn't recover from time after I managed to get her inside. Unsure what else I could do for her. I had her sit before the fireplace and waited in silence as she sobbed. I had no idea what one was supposed to say to someone who was crying. Was it normal to offer them a warm drink? I didn't know. I did know that I needed to reflect on the things she said outside and try to make sense of them. And from there, calm myself down and prepare for the conversation we were to have, as unpleasant as I was sure it would be. Considerable amount of time later, Giselle's sobbing drew to a stop, an oppressive silence stepping in to take its place. The baby, no, bad, no. Thank you for the head pats. For far longer than was comfortable, the only sound we heard was the gentle crackling of the fire. I had to say something. I knew that. But what I didn't know was how to begin. I knew nothing about having an honest, face-to-face discussion with someone about the things they were thinking and feeling. But that didn't change anything. I had to do it. Even if down that road lays truths I would be happier not seeing. Giselle. Would you please tell me what you did what was done to you at my family's home? How you ended up coming to this mansion? And what happened after you left? I would like to know everything, from start to finish. Will you believe what I tell you? You never so much as gave me the time of day before. And I very much doubt you'll find what I have to say agreeable. Will you still believe me, even then? Believe my word, a stranger's word, over your own family or the people of the village? I cannot yet say. I must hear what you have to say to make that decision. I suppose that might be better than you saying you'll believe me unconditionally. All right. I'll tell you everything. Just know that nothing I say is a lie. Understood. Giselle methodically recounted her tale for me. She told me of how she accepted an offer at the Bouligners to work as an abigail to earn money for her family. Of how my father, Antonin, had other plans for her. Of the things he did to her. She spoke dryly, simply putting words to each event, one after the other. I'd already seen how she felt deep down, though. I'd heard her pained screams, which were undoubtedly genuine. I didn't think she was trying to deceive me. That was the sound of old wounds being torn open, and even I could see that. Or perhaps my own experiences were what allowed me to see it. Regardless, I had realized too late. I should have seen it sooner. She described it mechanically to remain detached from what had happened to her, to protect herself. Of that, I had no doubts. Still, the things she told me were almost unbearable, and I had a difficult time accepting them. What was I supposed to do? When I learned my father was a rapist? How was I supposed to react to that revelation? What was I supposed to think about the fact that his blood flowed through me? I repulsed myself. Do you want All of the details? What do you mean? Of the wounds he gave me. I still have scars from the things he did. You don't believe me? I can show them to you. No. That won't be necessary. I see. That's a relief. I don't think I could have handled that right now. I hadn't turned down her offer for her sake. I only did it because I didn't think I could take any more. I averted my eyes to protect myself. Why had I taken my mother's word, brushing aside everything Giselle had said and done? I knew good and well my mother was no longer in her right mind. So why had I thought her letter had the truth? Why had I been unable to think rationally? There were, I believe, several factors. My childhood, my past, the witch's whispers, and above all, my own character. Consumed with distrust for everything. I had to face it now. To open my eyes once more. To look at everything I had pretended away until now. I was not completely blameless for her suffering after all. Please, continue if you will. I left off at the point where the mistress discovered what was happening, I believe. I was sent to this mansion to atone for my sins. Sins that she didn't even commit. It was decided I'd be sent here rather than being executed, which is what the mistress wanted. First, I assumed it would be essentially a private prison. But in the carriage on the way here, I was given a letter. A letter? From whom? I didn't say, but your father was the one who ordered me here, so I guess it was him. The letter was very concise, simply explaining that there was someone already there. The Bolignier's youngest child. It didn't go into any detail more than that. But it did ask me to look after you. Do you still have the letter? I don't. The coachman took it back after I was finished. Thinking back on it, that was rather strange of him to do. It was just a harmless letter. It was anything but. What? It wasn't my father who wrote that letter. He believes me to be dead, so he would have sincerely thought he was banishing you to an empty house in the remote forest. The writer couldn't risk leaving anything that might suggest I was still alive. Then who? My brother, I believe. Either Didier or Georges. But I think it was Didier. Your brother? Why would he I don't know. I can't imagine why he'd write such a letter. Or why he would want to tell you about me. I don't believe he had any ill intentions, at least. I mean, he asked me to look after you. That makes it sound like he's concerned about you. And why doesn't he stay in contact? Why doesn't he never respond to my letters? It's a bit late to suddenly start being concerned. No, never mind that now. Please, tell me the rest. All right. Giselle resumed her story from the day she fled the mansion, terrified by my behavior. Can't talk. She seemed to be putting a bit more emotions into her tone of voice now. Perhaps because she could see I was more interested in this part. There was a deep sadness on her face as she described that night in the rain, listening to the thunder, when she gave up on living. And I knew I had caused it. She then told me of the time she'd spent in a nearby village. How, at first, life had seemed wonderful. But in time, it had come crumbling down. Naturally, she wouldn't be here to tell me this if nothing had happened there. When she was through with her tale, Giselle let out a long, heavy sigh, as though she had been holding it in for some time. I thought I could hear just a faint trembling in the air as she exhaled. That is everything. Do you believe me? If you don't, you still think I'm deceiving you. I wouldn't argue with you. That's fine. If that's the case, please just kill me. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I know I wasn't very open to anything you said, but if that day, when I found you in my room, you had told me I was mistaken, that the sin belonged to my father, it might have not turned out like this. She was terrified, Michelle. Did you not listen to her? She was terrified. The knife. What? You were holding a knife. Can't handle blades anymore. Ever since what happened, you scare me to death. Just the sight of one in someone's hand. And I start thinking they're going to use it on me. I can't help it. Start shaking uncontrollably, growing faint of breath. The world goes white. I can't even form words. There's nothing I can do. Now I finally see. She wasn't grimacing in pain. She was grimacing in pain. The day the package arrived, when you knocked my hand away. Because I was scared. Because it reminded me of that time. I had assumed she was just simply jumpy from a guilty conscience. I felt nauseous, realizing I had been pouring a constant stream of salt into her unmendable wounds. What a damned fool I was. Why did you get so upset with me? Why did you have to point a knife at me? I didn't want you snooping. If you meant to sell information about me, I thought I had to do anything in my power to stop you. I'm still not convinced it was necessary. I was unarmed. I couldn't fight back. You didn't need a knife. I have nothing left anymore. So I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel. You're a jerk. What you did was inexcusable. You may not have hurt me physically, but you still hurt me. Humans are fragile creatures. They wound easily. Apologize. What? Apologize to me. I said, apologize. I'm sorry. Again. Put your heart into it. Convince me you mean it. I'm sorry. Again. Once more. Get down on your knees and shout it from your gut. I am so very sorry. Was that a laugh? Jeez. You're such a strange man. Strange. You told me to do it. Nothing's going like I thought it would. Figured even if we talked, you'd just deny everything I said. I didn't think you'd actually listen to me. But you did. You listened, and you looked quite distressed by what you heard. I looked distressed. Oh yes, you sure did. I wish I had a mirror to show you. I'm sure you didn't want to believe what I said, but you didn't once accuse me of lying. Faced up to the truth, and you apologized. I seem to have had the wrong impression of you as well. I didn't try to see you for who you were, instead letting myself believe you were someone to be afraid of. be honest, I didn't like you very much. The feeling was mutual. God damn it, Michelle. But for some reason, I don't feel that way now. Is it guilt? I need to apologize to you too. Apologize? For what? I led the villagers here. I almost sold my soul to the devil. I tried to sell you out to save myself. And for that, I am truly sorry. I don't understand. What? Do I need to get down on my knees too? No, that's not what I meant. The blame falls on the village for falsely accusing you of stealing. You were a convenient scapegoat for the real thieves. Shush. 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 Shush, we're having a heartfelt moment. Shush. We do not talk about the Canadianness. We do not talk about it. It's fine. They planned to take advantage of you from the start. That Amadeo is probably in on it as well. To get back at you for rejecting his proposal. But giving the village a single target to let out their frustrations on would, in a way, help unify them. He used you to meet that end. In order to escape from their trap, you told them about me. But this was after I had threatened you, causing you to flee from this place. You have nothing to apologize for. I still feel really bad about it. So, I'm sorry anyway. You're unexpectedly stubborn. But now that we've both apologized to each other, we can call everything square. 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 We were both in the wrong, so we apologized, and we forgave each other. She gave a little smile, but all I could do was stare at her, brow furrowed in perplexity, like I was looking at some bizarre Fantasyland creature. The weight of our crimes was not equal. Hello, sorry about that. I think my mic died there for a second, so I caught it in time! Yay! Okay, let me try this again. The weight of our crimes was not equal. What I had done to her was so very much worse. Furthermore, I am Antonin's son. His blood flows through me. Could you honestly say you don't find me revolting? That you're willing to forgive me for that? I didn't think I would be able to. If I were her, my grudge would extend to all of my family, everyone I had ever come in contact with. I can. Although, you don't need forgiveness for being his son. Being related to someone doesn't make you responsible for their sins. It wouldn't be fair to blame you for that. You're curious. What? Curious? About what? No, not that curious. You're a strange creature. I'm human, you know? Yes, I know you're human. You're making me lightheaded. Is it a medical emergency? That was quite the leap in logic. You know, I was at my lowest just a little bit ago, and now I'm laughing again. It's odd. I never expected I would recover at all. I was just as surprised as her. She had been through hell, and she had more than enough reason to despise me, to shower me with vitriol. But instead, she was smiling. And even more unexpected was the fact I felt relieved to see it. I really, truly wished I had gotten to know him sooner. Yes, I had fled the mansion. Yes, I had fled from the mansion in fear of him. But maybe if I had just had a little more courage, enough to tell him the truth, maybe he would have listened. I had let my initial impression of him solidify too quickly. I had convinced myself he was insensitive and perpetually expressionless, save for the Arctic stare. But the man standing before me did experience sadness, pain, distress. Or at the very least, he appeared to, from where I was standing. Michelle was just like me, an ordinary person. That said, there was still plenty I didn't know. I was still lacking explanations for much of his behavior. Would you mind telling me about yourself now? I'd like to get to know you better. What are you doing here in this mansion? All alone? Why do you call yourself cursed? I told you everything. It's only fair you do the same. I have no interest in using your information for anything. I have no reason to. Or are you going to keep pushing the master and servant line? You still think I have no need to know? Be quiet. For the love of God, stop talking already. You always pick the worst time. What? Excuse me? What do you mean I always pick the worst time? No, I wasn't... Unbelievable. Just when I was starting to think you might actually be a decent human being. And you go and spout this? No, Giselle, I wasn't talking to you. Who else could it have been? I was, talking to, you know, I have a condition that forces me to vocalize objections to my own thoughts. You know, that's about as convincing as my allergic to people excuse. Sorry. Weirdo. What crosses did he bear? What secrets did he keep? Maybe the truth was far beyond my reckoning. And if it was, even if he did, please, tell me everything. No matter what you say, I won't doubt your words. I will trust you, and I'm sure I can accept anything you say. Please. If you don't put it into words, I have nothing to work with. Okay. Where should I start, though? How about the curse, then? Are you actually cursed? That's a difficult question. I cannot, for example, take someone's life with my curse, nor can I bring about disaster. I don't have any magical powers like that. So what you said outside was a bluff, then? It was just a way to chase off the villagers. Well, you certainly put on a convincing performance. So you can't actually curse anyone, huh? Regardless, I am human. Nothing more, nothing less. At least, I consider myself one. Others would disagree. And the reason for that has to do with my body. Your skin, hair, and eye color, right? Right. Seeing Michelle under the sun, he certainly wasn't he wasn't what most people would consider normal. Awe-inspiring, in fact. Giving birth to me, it broke my mother. No, I drove her mad. Not only do I appear inhuman, I am oversensitive to sunlight. While a little light through the windows isn't much of a problem, I can't be outside, directly under the sun, for more than a couple hours. When she realized I couldn't go out into the sun, my mother started thinking I was possessed by a demon. So she banished me to this mansion until my curse was broken. That was 10 years ago. Just because you looked different from them? Family's reputation was at stake, too. Other noble houses realized they were giving refuge to an unholy creature. it would destroy the Bolognese. You saw how the village reacted. They called me a demon when they saw me. I suspect the rumors about the mansion played a part in that. If nobody thought the house was cursed, they wouldn't have. I'm sure you were afraid as well. You saw me and thought I was not of this world, that I looked like a demon. I thought you looked like an angel. A what? That I, at least, thought you looked more like an angel than a demon. It never crossed my mind that you might be evil. But I understand your situation now. Because of your appearance, you lived all alone in this dark mansion for 10 years. It was never really an inconvenience. They bring me all the supplies I need. You big liar. Have you never considered running away? That's not an option. Because of the sun? No. I could move during the night if I really wanted to. I'm being watched to ensure I don't leave. Watched? Can't allow anyone to find out that I'm alive, particularly at the Bolognese estate. If I were to run and they were to find out, I would probably be killed. If only I didn't stand out so much, I might be able to stay out of sight easier. But also, I had been holding out a little hope, I think. Hope that I might be able to return someday. I've all but given up on that hope now, though. Not that I ever had the willpower to really fight for it. I see. You don't really need to worry about pitying me either. It's long since become normal to me. That's not something that should ever become normal. So, what was that really a moment ago? You don't actually have a condition that makes you argue with yourself, do you? Please, tell me. You don't have to believe me. In fact, I doubt you will. You're free to think I'm completely mad. Don't worry. I want to know. I can hear the witch's voice. The witch's voice? Which also reminds me, hold on. Back when Michelle had his outburst, hold on. Hold the phone! It's so far back now. See, did the witch say anything? Nope. Okay, we're good. We're good. Thank you for holding, everyone. It started when I first arrived at the mansion. No one else can hear it, either. You can stop holding. You can stop holding. Sorry. 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 Thank you all. I appreciate you. Appreciate it. Like I said, it sounds crazy. I was about to pass out, almost didn't make it. Eh, you'll be fine. It'll be fine. No, not at all. I said I would trust you, so I believe you. Maybe he's not well. Yeah, that has to be it. 10 years all alone in one place and you're bound to start hearing things. He seems like a delicate person, too. Thinking about it like that, I'm starting to feel really sorry for him. Do I want to know what you're thinking? I'm here for you. Huh? I've made up my mind. I'm going to stay here with you. Wait, what? I love the wait, what face on Michelle. It's like, ha. Don't worry. I'll shout so loud you won't be able to hear that silly witch's voice anymore. Will you now? If you hear it again, let me know. Understood? You don't have to be afraid. I never said I was. Whenever you hear it, I'll be right here for you, holding your hand. Well, we kind of took the extremely long route, but there you have it. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master. Master. Now, where should we begin? I know, supper. Are you hungry? What should I make? Slow down, please. What is it? If there's something you'd like, I'd be happy to accommodate. You actually intend on staying here again? After what happened last time? Because of what happened. Because of that, we were finally able to see past each other's surfaces. I want us to try again, from the beginning. And this time, actually try to be considerate of one another's feelings. That's a promise, Master. All right. I can stay here, right? I don't mind. I'm glad to hear it. Say. Yes, Master? If you ever want something from me, could I ask that you put it into words? I don't have much faith in my ability to pick up on things. Got it. Then, here's something to start with. What do you say we open some of these windows? Open the windows. Yeah, we don't have to if you think it's gonna cause you problems, but I think it'd be nice to get a little light in here. I would like to put an end to this house being a closed-off, dark cave. I wasn't the one who barred the windows. You weren't. Like I said when you arrived, they were like that when I arrived. Made it seem like an appropriate place to lock me away. While I'm sensitive to light, yes. As I mentioned, a little light through the window shouldn't cause any problems. All right then. Can I ask you to help me open them? Let's both lighten this place up. After a few moments of silence, Michelle gave me a curt nod. While we couldn't do anything about the windows that had been boarded up, two of us forced open the ones that were just covered by rusted over shutters. When we got the first one open, a beautiful stream of light, like nothing I had ever seen before. Flooded into the dark mansion's halls. I assumed that spring would never come. All we had to do was talk to each other, listen to each other, and everything else would fall into place. It was the first step that was so hard, so much harder than either of us had expected. And now that the ice was melting, we had to treasure that. It might not have seemed like much to someone else, but to us, it was a huge accomplishment. This time, it'll all work out. It has to. I had all the confidence in the world when we were together. But now that I'm alone, in the dark, in the absolute silence of the night, I'm starting to get anxious again. Starting to feel like something bad is going to happen. Like I'm going to mess something up again. We took a big step today. And I know I have to keep it together. To keep thinking positive. The goods you're after, Giselle, aren't cheap. Understand? Thus saith the Lord of hosts, this woman hath committed 3 sins. She has lied, she has stolen, and she has betrayed her fellow man. It's all right. It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of, Giselle. Whatever happens, you have to hold fast in your faith in goodness of others. You have no reason to tremble. Yes, come in. That's odd. I don't think I was hearing things. There's no one there. What was that about? Oh? A glass. It's wine. And it's so warm. I guess he heated it on the fire for me? Oh, you could have at least said hi. I have a feeling this is going to work out. light shining through the windows is swallowed whole by the darkness. As if our time together never actually existed. We saw it, though. Together, we watched the light crack open the darkness. I'm begging you, please remember. Please find yourself. Please, Giselle, don't let the things you felt, the warmth that fell over us, remain lost to you. I might have seen it. Seen that most beautiful light. Giselle. But are these truly my memories? Could they not be someone else's tale? Like all the others we've seen so far? She was so bright and energetic. I'm neither of those. Besides, the maid needs not a tale of her own. This is not a story. These are memories. Mine and your memories. No one else's. It was all very much real. As were the kinder, happier days that came next. Kinder, happier days? Those words create a strange warmness within my chest. But at the same time, they make me indescribably anxious. Is there really happiness to be found down that road? Even if our paths don't lead to happiness, it couldn't be worse than where we are now. Come, Giselle. To the spring that made us more than just strangers. Master? Come on, get up. Up with you. Master. What? See? What did I tell you? So much nicer in here with a little light. Morning? What? Wait a second. Don't hide under your bedspread. Get out of here! Get out of there! I'm fine with my room staying dark. What's she even doing in here? Sorry, I'm listening to the soundtrack a little bit. It's very, very quaint right now. Oh, but Master, you agreed I could open the windows. I did, yes. Don't worry, I've put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best parts of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside in the sun for it either. You can just listen to all the wonderful noise, all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of the leaves. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now? Kind of. But you wouldn't be you if you weren't. So for now, I won't get on you about it. I won't get on you about it. Also, now that I know your real intentions, no, never mind. I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were. What did you think of me? Let's see. I thought you were cold and cruel. Heartless and incomprehensible. But I'm beginning to get a better idea. You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but you can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty difficult personality too. There's not a single good trait on that list. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk, and you listened intently. You can be kind of nice, too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? Let's not waste any time then. What do you say we do something today we haven't been able to do before? Where should we begin? Oh, I know. We can get this place cleaned up. You want to clean? Well, now that there's some actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things that we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place. My vision was still slightly unfocused, having not completely escaped from Morpheus's embrace. But I could still see well enough to catch her smiling brightly. What, did you guys not like the way I said dust? Dust. That was the first time I had gotten a good look of her in the light. I could see facial features that I missed during yesterday's commotion. And those glittering eyes. Not even a trace of the tribulation she had endured tainted her pure, jade eyes. She's surprisingly good looking. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for acknowledging. She's pretty is all you have to say. Yeah, what do you mean, surprisingly? I'm clearly not myself right now. Is something the matter, Master? Ha ha ha, I know. You're still half asleep, aren't you? I guess I'm just going to have to throw my best bucket of water on you. What is a best bucket of water? I'm awake. I'm awake. Is there something on my face then? Just far too amusing a sight to wake up to. Amusing? Oh, just get out of bed already. What a noisy morning. I got my first decent look at Michelle's face under the lights that morning, watching him stifle a yawn as he crawled out of bed. All the little details I hadn't been able to pick up on in the darkness. His expressions, mannerisms, and the way he looked at me. I could see facial features that I missed out on during yesterday's commotion. And those vivid, all-consuming red eyes. I was probably, no, almost certainly, making a dumb face at him. Is it just me? Or is he kind of, no, very pretty? How could I have not noticed until now? Oh, geez, wow, I can't even look at him in the eyes. Yes? What can I do for you? Is there something on my face? What? No, hair monster! The half squint. Excuse me? No. Your hair. It's really long. Yes, that's it. Way too long. Oh. Is that any way for a servant to speak to her master? I'm just kidding. I don't have any interest in holding your status against you anymore. I see. Miguel can smile. Is that what we call a smile? Is that what we consider a smile, everyone? It's really hard to tell if he's joking or not. So, about the cleaning. May I wash my face first? What? You're going to help? As I said, I'm not going to act like I'm your superior to you anymore. Huh? What are you snickering about? I can't help it. I'm happy. If my hair really does bother you, you can cut it. Huh? I can cut it. Of course. I will give you the best haircut you've ever had. But I should warn you, you'll have to stay perfectly still. I'm a monster with a pair of scissors. My sister always told me you were likely to lose an ear if you were if your hair whenever I cut it. You stay away from me. Yeah, you'll lose an ear. Oh no. Don't ask Giselle for a haircut. What is this music? I was shocked at how much more comfortable I felt around her only one day following our opening up to each other. Maybe this was normal and I had simply never felt it before? I didn't know. I had thought it would take years of work to get close enough to someone to be able to have a conversation without picking apart every detail. Thank you for the hydrate, Kane. But here I was, a day later, already there. Was that how it usually worked? Did people normally get close and draw apart so freely? I didn't find it unpleasant to have someone else around. It was a strange feeling. All that friction had dissipated in an instant. And it was like we had known each other for years. Though not entirely willingly, we began sharing meals, something I had always done by myself. Hey, I see you shoving aside that parsnip. You need to eat everything. Do you have any idea why there were so many rotting parsnips in the cellar? I don't care for it. You could at least pretend to be ashamed. Yeesh. You're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. I know, parsnips can be good. Hasn't caused any problems thus far. It will soon enough. Ha! I can't believe you. We have limited supplies and you won't eat your vegetables? Oh, question. I've got an idea. Go on. Is the list of supplies sent by your family set in stone? Meaning? I was just wondering if it would be possible to make requests. If I could, I would have just go out on a shopping trip. Perish the thought. The only village around here is the one you came from. Right. Say, are you saying that out of concern for... Who would ever be concerned about you? I just want to be able to sleep well at night. And I'm not interested in throwing more servants to the lions. You know, you're a whole lot simpler of a person than I first thought. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Back to your question about the delivery. Yes, you can. I haven't made any requests recently, but you can write down what you want on a sheet of parchment, or if we don't have any, something similar. Put it in the box and leave it outside. As long as your request isn't completely unreasonable, it should arrive with the next package. Why? Is there something you need? Yeah, I was hoping to increase our selection of vegetables. And while I'm at it, if possible. Actually, that's a secret. A secret? It's nothing too exciting. I'll tell you when the time is right. They've entered bitch please levels of friendship. Yep. My relationship with Michelle gradually transitioned from master and servant to something closer to friends. He was still my master, but he allowed me almost complete freedom. And he didn't order me around either. He even gave me a hand with my work. Although he still wasn't very talkative and oftentimes hard to read, he at least seemed to be making an effort to close the gap. He would, on occasion, tell me about himself. Though not in much detail, and any time his family came up, he grimaced uncomfortably. Apparently, his father wanted him dead. His brothers, though, had worked to create a scenario in which he could live, taking his death and sending him to this remote mansion. I had never encountered Michelle's brothers while at the family's estate. But assuming he was right, and it was one of them who had given me that letter, they were likely the only allies at that house. I don't know what he's thinking. It's been 10 years, Michelle had muttered. To which I had replied, have faith. It was better to believe in something, even if it felt silly and unreasonable, than to lose faith in everything. My being able to find renewed belief in the kindness of people was what allowed me to start smiling again, after all. Because I was able to have faith, I was able to enjoy life once more. It wasn't exactly a exciting or thrilling life. It was a humble, simple one, with just the two of us. But I wouldn't trade that light for anything. Some people might think it dull or dreary, but it was ours. Master, I really do appreciate that you wanted to help with the cooking. I do, honestly, but... This is apocalyptic. This is mutinous. This is an affront to gastronomy. This is unearthly disgusting. Get me better ingredients. Michelle, that's not a magic cure-all. It's okay, buddy. You don't have to be good at cooking. It's fine. What? I'm not a bad cook. These are simply bad ingredients. If they were better, they would taste just fine boiled. And it's not as bad as you claim. Besides, you make a mockery of the culinary arts. I've been eating this for years. I don't see a problem. I've heard quite enough, Master. Sounds like I'm going to need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. I have to teach him what real food tastes like. Otherwise, he won't be able to appreciate it if I make him something really good. Hold the stairs. Oh, stairs. Stairs. Yes, the stairs. Hold the chair steady for me, will you? I'm going to wipe down the top shelf. I can handle it. I'm tall enough to reach it without standing on a chair. It's not as simple as just running a rag over it. I've got practice, so let me take care of it, all right? There's a lot more dust than expected. I probably should have used something to cover my mouth. You're gonna want to hold your breath for this, Master. All right, here goes. She's quite practiced. Is there any need for me to be holding the chair? Chew. What? Whoa. Hold on to the chair. Ow. I'm so sorry. I didn't think there would be that much dust. Thank you for holding the... Master? Your hand is... What? Your hand is, it's on my... All good, Umgak. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yes, this is literally turned into a slice of life novel. Yeah. We even have the poor tsundere scene that's probably coming up. The birds got him, yeah. It was an accident. Right, it was. It's fine, really. It was my fault anyways. It's completely, totally fine. I can't even look her in the eyes. Could this be any more painfully awkward? So don't worry about it, Master. Honestly, I should be apologizing for subjecting you to that. That's easier said than done. I have to do something about this stifling awkwardness. For one, it was only for a moment. I barely even realized what it was. But that's not the issue. I need something clever to brush this all aside. Something witty. Something that tells her I'm not bothered at all. No. Michelle. I'm not concerned. In fact, I see no reason to be concerned at all. Yes, because how many of us just hold obese rats in our time? It felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. I hardly even perceived it as a breast. An obese rat. An obese rat. Well, how utterly insensitive can you be? I'm going to rip every last hair out of your head. I can't leave my hair out of this. Oof. Not the hair. I just have to watch this train wreck first. Fair. That's fair. That's fair, Umgak. Say, Master, what did you do all this time by yourself? That's an exceedingly vague question. Say when you were really, really stupidly bored out of your mind. What would you do to keep yourself occupied? Michelle's the type to watch paint dry. Meditate. Okay, that's a little bit better. Just how many times have you reached enlightenment? I sometimes play chess, too. Chess. Wait, by yourself? Yes, I imagine how an opponent might react to my moves and play the other side that way. That was kind of depressing to think about. Am I supposed to be sympathizing with Giselle? What does that mean? What is the unless? I'm so confused. Life is harsh. Oh. 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 I see. I am sorry. I am sorry. My apologies. How about this, Master? Play a game against me. Do you know the rules? You bet I do. I do come from a family of merchants, so I keep up with the trends and know all sorts of games. Oh. Prepare to meet your maker. So who was I supposed to meet again? Come on, have a little mercy. You trounced me. Ugh, one more time. I just wasn't at the top of my game. When am I going to meet this maker? What? How? When did you put me in checkmate? One more. Hold on! That's not fair! Take it back! My king! Please stop! Amateur. Would you just go a little bit easy? You never asked me to go easy. This isn't a game. This is slaughter. This is a one-sided massacre. About this maker. I'm looking right at him. That was actually kind of fun. No, it wasn't. It was miserable. Next time we're playing something fair. Such as... let's see. Oh, I know. Arm wrestling. Huh? Arm wrestling. Yeah, you sit across from each other, put your elbows on the table, grab hands, and see who can pin the other down. Who would ever willingly participate in such a primitive competition? Not interested then? Or are you afraid you might lose? All right then. I can't imagine losing to a woman. Okay, elbow on the table. Start on my count. Ready? Go! Huh? Victory! They're cute. They're adorable. Why are they so cute? Why are they so cute? I just know bad things are going to happen. Why are they so cute? She threw him on the floor, didn't she? Yes, essentially. All the different emotions and expressions. Aww. With each passing day, it grew less and less unusual having someone, having Giselle always at my side. I began more freely engaging in silliness, speaking my mind, and showing emotion. I could say her name, and Giselle would turn around and smile at me. An unimaginable sight not long ago. For 10 years. For 10 years I had lived alone. Solitude had been my normal. But that was very rapidly changing at her hands. We were continually getting closer, yes. But not in a romantic sense. If I had to describe it, I would say good friends was probably the most apt. Time continued to press on, our relationship remaining relatively stable. Eventually, summer came, bringing with it the longest periods of sunlight I've experienced in many years. Then the leaves began to fall from the trees. Before long, the world grew cold and dreary. That winter, the fireplace was never without a crackling blaze in its belly. The boiled wine we drank was undoubtedly middling and cheap, but she said with a smile, I never had wine this good before. And though I didn't say anything, I felt the same. The sun set much earlier, and having stopped using candles, we found ourselves habitually gathering around the fireplace when it grew dark. Reading a story by the fireplace almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Or because there's ale. Drunkenness makes even bad singing and storytelling pleasant to the ears. Oh, you're such a cynic. That's okay. Say. Yes. Do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library? Please don't tell me you're bringing the obese rat incident back up. No, not that. Before that. Before we could actually talk to each other. I believe I suggested something. We read something together. If you ever felt like the inclination, you might have. I can't say I remember. Are you sure about that? You turned down my proposal, saying I was wasting my time. But look, it actually happened. Even if you don't remember, I'm sure you never thought this moment would come. I was, for the most part, focused on making sure things didn't get any worse between us. But to be honest, I didn't expect there would ever come a time we could sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book. You never know how things might pan out. I actually do remember. I remember how I tried to push her away. How much I mistrusted her. I was nothing but hostile towards her. People change. Perhaps, if they can, so can the future. Maybe I can hope that, like our friendship, there's a chance the future might take a turn for the better. Is something the matter? I don't care much for hypotheticals. But if by some chance I were someday be able to return to that house, should that time come, that house is her home of her nightmares. Even if it didn't happen until my father was gone, it wouldn't erase what he had done to her there. She acts like nothing's wrong, though. I don't know. Have her wounds healed, or do they still remain? Should that time come, if the day comes, I will do what I can to ensure you have a comfortable life in the city. Though I will not be able to inherit the estate, I can work out something. I see. Thank you. But if you'd be comfortable doing so, I would be pleased if you were to join me. I mean, as a servant. As a servant. Yes, a servant. We're, short on hands. I see. Servant. Do I really need to repeat myself? Yes. As a servant. Alright, sure. I think I will. I would like to accompany you, Master. How exciting. I'm sure a wonderful future awaits us. I pray so. Now, back to the story. I believe we had just gotten to the point where the knight set out to defeat the monster and save the princess. I bet he was a big, buff, muscular knight. Let's not talk about how muscular he was. She let out a gentle laugh, and I thought I smelled something sweet on her breath. Was it her scent? Or perhaps just my imagination? I had no way of knowing. We sat so close, even the slightest shift seemed sufficient to allow me to hear the sound of her heartbeat, causing mine to accelerate. Curiosities flooded my mind. What might she be thinking right now? What does she think about me? And as much as I tried to banish them, I frustratingly failed. I was just getting caught up in the moment. I had just briefly lost my way. Though I tried to convince myself otherwise, it was all in vain. When had my pulse gotten so rapid? When had my skin gotten so flushed? When, why, how was this happening to me? I thought I had already learned my lesson about having feelings for someone else. Before long, winter retreated and our second spring came to take its place. A full year had passed since we had resumed living together. And I don't think it was my imagination that this year felt much warmer than last. Spring seemed to have arrived a bit earlier than previous years. One night, when the breeze carried on it a pleasant residual warmth, Giselle escorted me out to the garden. Come on, master, hurry up. It's the middle of the night. What's so important? I just found it myself. And I couldn't wait until morning. A rose! It blossomed. Not the roses. What rose color do we think this is? Rose. Is it going to be a red rose? Is it going to be a white rose? You think white? Giselle had, over the past year, cleaned up the nest of weeds that had begun strangling the garden. Off to the side of a small plot of turned soil, swaying in the wind beneath the moonlight, was a single red rose. When did you? Last year. I requested flower seeds. But I just couldn't get them to grow. So I started thinking they never would. But look! It's only one. But it did it. I had no idea. Of course you didn't. I didn't tell you. Why would you be keeping it from me? I wanted to make it a gift for you, Master. What? Why? Roses make wonderful gifts, supposedly. No, that's not what I meant. Why me? I haven't given you anything. Consider it a symbol of my hope that we'll still be this close another year from now. If we are, then this is yours. I don't follow her reasoning. I don't follow it at all, but the sight of a deep red rose almost melting into the dark night was perhaps the most wondrous thing I had ever seen in my life. I had never understood why some people found flowers so enchanting. They were just always just some plants to me. But that one, on that night, was undeniably beautiful, majestic, and like a very young child seeing a flower for the first time, my hand automatically reached out for it. Not knowing the proper way to appreciate flowers, I didn't gently caress its petals or take in its fragrance, but snapped its stem. Oh, you picked it. Are you going to bring it to your room? When I finally processed her question, that was when I realized I probably should have let it grow in the garden. From the base of its stem, where I had plucked it, a droplet succumbed to the gravity and fell to the earth. With it came the delayed realization that I had ended the plant's life. But it was overpowered by a childish possessiveness. The stunning flower was mine. Moonlight trickled down from the heavens, giving a gentle bluish tint to my hands and the smile on her face. You're going to need a vase then. Give me just a minute. For the briefest moment, the moonlight must have played a trick on my mind. Huh? Master? What on earth am I doing? A look of bewilderment filled Giselle's face, just inches from mine, which hammered into reality what I had just done. The thought had just crossed my mind that perhaps her black hair might prove a good backdrop for the rose. But it was supposed to remain a simple fancy. What was that about? An excuse. I need a good excuse. A drawing. A drawing? Right. I would like to preserve it on canvas. What? What? I mean, that a rose on its own does not make a very compelling picture. So I'd like to include you as an accessory. Wait, you want to draw me too? Merely as a backdrop element. Shh, no. Michelle! No, just you're so close, buddy. You're so close. Just no. You're slightly more interesting than a vase, that's all. I've never seen you draw anything before. I just never got the urge. You know how. Many years ago, my brother taught me. I didn't think I could handle being... I don't think I can handle being a model. I've never had a drawing done of me before. You would probably be better off with just the rose. You gave it to me, didn't you? That means I'm free to do with it as I please. I did. I didn't mean to sound so rude. I had no real interest in drawing the rose. but I couldn't take it back either. Giselle had shrunk back quite visibly, and I couldn't bring myself to look her in the eyes. So I fled to the cellar in search of supplies to escape the oppressive awkwardness. At the far wall, I found a rectangular panel of wood and several sticks of charcoal. My materials were obviously nothing compared to what a court artist might use, but I was clearly not going to be able to do the portrait any kind of justice. God, what am I doing? I want to bury my head in the sand. Giselle was waiting for me in the stained glass chamber. It seemed she was just as uncomfortable as I had left her. She gave me a fleeting glance before averting her gaze again. If only she would laugh or make a scene like usual, it would make things so much easier. Why did she choose now to start acting meek? What should I be doing? Stay perfectly still, please. Do you need me to pose or anything? No. Just get comfortable. Look away. Why? It's hard to work when you're watching me. What? I feel like I have to sneeze. Hold it in, please. What now? Can I see it? I've barely drawn anything yet. As long as our eyes didn't meet, I was able to observe her. And my gaze was quite clearly not focused on the rose, but Giselle. At first, I had regretted my in-the-moment proposition, but I was beginning to think it hadn't been such a bad idea. Without some sort of pretext, I would never have been able to examine her so intently. I didn't have that kind of courage. This isn't like me. But what was like me? Did I prefer being a sharp-tongued, unapproachable recluse? What was? Was that what I wanted to strive for? Giselle was like a gale. Her mere presence dispersed the gloomy cloud that was always hovered around me. Thinking about it, it's practically a miracle that we ever ended up so comfortable around each other. That she's still here right now. Light from the moon spilled through the stained glass window, taking on a multitude of pale hue tones before falling on her white skin and jade eyes. I had stopped sketching at some point. What in the world was going on? One of my roses had finally bloomed, which I thought would put a smile on Michelle's face. But rather than improve his mood, it made him go all strange. It had made him say he wanted to draw something. I never seen Michelle draw anything before. Ugh, I can't sit still. I tried to sneak peeks of him every once in a while, but anytime our eyes met, he gave me a stern, look that way stare. So I ended up spending the whole time looking around, looking at the archangel in the stained glass window. What could he be thinking? Could this be thanks for the rose? I'm pretty sure he's not the type who would consider a drawing an expression of gratitude, though. If I'm wrong about that, it'll turn my whole world upside down. Maybe he wanted to draw me? No, that's not possible. That would turn my world upside down even faster. He couldn't. We're close, to be sure, but we're not that kind of close. That makes it sound like Michelle's attracted to me. And there's no way. There's absolutely no way. He compares me to an obese rat and calls me an amateur at chess, laughing while he crushes me. So that's not what this is it? Huh? Oh, yes? If it's too much trouble, you're free to leave. This will take a very long time to complete. Oh, no trouble. You had a very stern look on your face, is all. I was doing that bad a job at hiding it. I don't want you to force anything you don't want. It was foolish of me to ask of you. I'm sorry. Honestly, it's no trouble. I mean it. You just took me by surprise is all. I'm not even that great of an artist to begin with. That's not a talent I was blessed with. If I'm being honest with myself, I can't imagine anyone would be pleased to have bad art drawn of them. What? What's he getting so negative about? I wasn't the only one making a face. His head was turned slightly downward, a forlorn shimmer in his eye. I had never seen him make that face before. He resembled a child who had just been scorned by his mother. I wasn't at all angry or displeased with him. It was just fine, honestly. I had to get that through to him. I am pleased. Doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. But the moonlight shining through the stained glass window was so enchanting. I lost myself in it. I would be happy with anything for me drawn by the man I love. Yes! Yes, Giselle! For an instant, time froze. By the time I realized what I had said, my mind had gone blank, and I couldn't form a coherent thought. Sylvie, no! I mean, like, you know, like family. You're like an older brother to me. I meant love, like love for a brother. Hey, 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 say something, master. Give me your usual exasperated sigh. Come on now. Go on. Give me your best good grief. And then hurl me out the window. God damn it, Giselle. Oh, come on, please. Show me some disappointment. Master? Huh? When the wood panel he was using as a canvas and the charcoal in his hand crashed to the hard chapel floor, the clattering was so loud I jumped. I didn't have the presence of mind to wonder why he had knocked over the canvas, or why his hands appeared to be shaking. Let me help you with that. I stepped towards him, and when I did, the moonlight shining down upon us intensified, and our gazes of Jade and Ruby intertwined. What? You're the only one who has a problem with it. Oh no. Remove the text box, I dare you. I will. Don't tempt me, I will. There you go. Such pretty art. Such pretty art. In this economy. Yes, in this economy. That is literally unnecessary. See, at least Sylvie's looking at the important things. The laces on her sleeves are very cute. See? See? Yes, we're looking respectfully. Mm-hmm. Exactly. His nose is very dashing. Yes. Yes, that too. Yes, jealous of her collarbones. Yes, that's fair. There was a visible rosiness to his ethereal pale cheeks. Master? Flickers of panic darted between the surface of his normally stony red eyes. They were trembling as he looked over me. I was at a loss for words. Must have been under the moon's spell. We weren't thinking. We stood alone in a frozen world, robbed of all rational thought. Riding the moonlight's current, his hand fell against my cheek. It was much colder than I expected, but it felt pleasant on my flushed skin. As we drew closer, I could feel the warmth emanating from his body, and I'm sure he could feel mine. The beating of my heart, too. His breathing stopped for a moment, and then he gulped. He brought his head in. I closed my eyes, and... then I shoved him away with all my strength. Michelle. Yeah, Michelle, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Hold on, one sip. We had a very cute moment and now everything is gone back sad. Let's see. Will Michelle recover? Michelle rolled back, knocked his head on the side of the pew, and began groaning in pain, which is when I realized what I had done. What have you done, Giselle? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Sorry. You startled me. I really, truly did not mean to knock you down. You should go back to your room. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you tonight. What? Get some rest. Good night. He turned away, marching off into the corridor enshrouded with darkness. There was a heavy air of loneliness hanging over him, which gave rise to phantom images of him actually disappearing into the darkness. I had caused that, but I hadn't realized until it was too late. I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. Why would I ever do that to him? Of course I'm gonna hurt him reacting like that. Maybe I was hoping he would just say one of his jokes. Do I want it to be a joke? I had that option. I could always pretend nothing ever happened and tomorrow go back to the way things were before. But if I did that, there'd almost certainly never be a second chance. You were okay with it. You wanted it, Giselle. Quit lying to yourself. You're the one who said you loved him. And that was no mistake. You wouldn't sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book with someone you didn't care for. You wouldn't enjoy eating supper with someone you didn't like. You wouldn't be able to live happily with someone you didn't love. You have to go after him, find him, and tell him the truth. What am I doing, for God's sake? Oh, what were you gonna say, Kane? What were you gonna say? Mm-hmm. They both were thinking the same thing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Give me just 2 seconds. Gotta do one thing. Boop, 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 boop. What do we think? What do you think is gonna happen? Hmm? We'll just not listen to an idiot like Michelle. Like, fair enough. I'm not in my right mind. Something about me was off today. Couldn't control myself. I was saying things I didn't mean, doing things I didn't intend to. I never meant to do that. But at this point, I had no choice but to admit my feelings. I couldn't pretend I didn't know what they were anymore. How long had I felt that way? A week? A month? 6 months? Or maybe a full year? They already developed when we started anew? No, the when didn't matter. It didn't change the facts. I was still attracted to her regardless of when it had begun. But she pushed me away. Quite literally. I sighed at myself. Why should I be disappointed? She was nothing like me. I was reclusive and unsociable. She was the exact opposite. She was the kind of person who could confidently tell someone how she felt. And had done exactly that. Said I was like a brother. But I hadn't listened. Matter of fact, could I have been any more presumptuous? I don't deserve to love anyone. It's better this way. Master! Sorry, the art's back. The art's back, I'm sorry. What? I told you to go back to your room. Master, I need you to listen to me, okay? What? About what just happened. That doesn't count. You can't count any of that. Huh? I said I loved you. I said that I loved you and that I shoved you. They don't count. Right. I was planning to forget that anyway. So don't worry. No, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that it's not something I should have said on a whim, just because the moonlight was kind of pretty tonight. It wasn't supposed to be so casual. The way I said it didn't get across how much I really care about you. It should have been something more, with more impact, rather. Me looking straight into your eyes, my heart jumping around like it's on fire. That's how I should have said it. What are you... I'm saying, I want you to give me one more chance to do it right. Giselle. Calm yourself. I am calm. In no sense of the word are you calm. Fine then, I'm not calm, but I am clear-headed. I mean every last word. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much I feel like my heart is going to explode. What? Huh? You mean like family? Like a brother, right? Romantic love. Romantic. What? I wasn't upset back there. No, I was elated. What? My mind couldn't keep up with what it was hearing. Half out of breath where she stood, Giselle was frantically insisting that she loved me. Was I dreaming? Master? How do you... I would like to hear how you feel about me. Assuming I interpreted that correctly, you were going to in for a kiss back there, right? Right? So I can take that as your answer? Giselle looked at me with bleary eyes. She had feelings for me. It was a miracle. I could hardly breathe. Felt like someone had just stuck their hand to my chest and was squeezing my heart. I just had to say yes, and a smile would spread across her face. To bring her joy, all it would take was a single word. I had no reason to say no. My happiness was standing right in front of me. What more could I ask for? All I had to do was reach out and claim it for myself. I had tried to do exactly that in the chapel, and I could do it again. I loved her. I was a twisted man, cast out of the world and left with nothing. I had no way to make her happy. But still, Don't tell me you've forgotten what you are. Tell me. There was no moonlight to give me that nudge. Do not feel that way about you. What? I got confused for a moment. I apologize for the misunderstanding that seemed to have caused. All the colors drained from her face, like a flower wilting before my eyes. A heavy sigh spilled from her lips. Her jade eyes swayed lifelessly back and forth. I thought mere love would simply have... Sorry, let me try that again. I hadn't thought mere love could possibly have such a weight, but she looked as though I had just told her she was to be executed. I see. I'm sorry. I let it get to my head. Sorry for making such a racket. And God, what was I thinking? I got way ahead of myself there. Her faux energy hurt to watch. I had hurt her, and this was the result. You wanted to protect yourself, even if it meant hurting her. But look at where that got you. You would have been better off just going with it. Because when she learned the truth, she would have pushed you away anyway. I'm sorry. I'll be going now. Sorry for barging in on you like that. Made her way into the shadows towards the door. There, you did it. You preserved your peace. I got the feeling she would never again turn back. Your mistake was ever getting close to anyone. What I had always wanted was right in front of me, and I was so close to obtaining it. And you pushed her away. I actually did love her. She would never love the real you. No, she couldn't. You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Good night, Master. She was leaving. I wanted her here, and she was leaving. I simply had to acknowledge my feelings. She would come back. Was I really content to let her go? In my weakness, I mistreated her. I hurt her. I let her go, and I was about to lose her. Even though she said she loved me, and I felt the same. Wait. Please don't go. Your voice is shaking like a scared child's. What are you hoping to tell her like that? She was different. She was probably... No. She absolutely was nothing like anyone in my past. She won't be any different. I decided it was worth... I would try just one more time. To believe in myself. And to believe in someone else. I lied. Giselle, from the bottom of my heart, You'll regret this. No, I won't. I sincerely love you. Hmm? The fragrance of rose enveloped me. Her arms wrapped around my chest. We're both imbued with the strength and shaking like mad, as though the slightest touch might shatter them. Why didn't you say that in the first place? She said in a quavering, sniveling voice just inches from my ear. I lacked sufficient control over my mind and body to return her embrace, to run my hands through her hair or do anything more than just support her weight. I'm sorry. Jerk. Bully. Brute. You don't get to play this one off as a joke. I am truly, sincerely sorry. Hmm? You're giving me two different stories. Tell me, which one's true? Were you just confused? Or do you actually love me? I want to hear you say it again. The truth is, I love you. Again. I love you. Without fumbling this time. I love you, as I've said several times now. Not good enough. Again. Have mercy, please. I'm about to die of humiliation. And I really believe you this time? You're not going to say you were lying again? No, I won't. Then we both feel the same about each other. Shockingly enough. What's there to be shocked about? I didn't think there was anything likable about me. You really have to do something about that pessimism. I'll try. I'm in heaven. I'm so happy I could cry. You are all over me. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. When you first said no, everything went black. I wasn't sure what I'd do anymore. I had lost all hope. I really do feel bad about that. But you had a change of heart. Now you're willing to have me. Yes. And everything I bring with me. And that was the idea. Absolutely everything, right? You're pushing that point rather hard. I have a request. It's something I don't think I could ask you at the time, but now, while we're in the moment, I'll do anything as long as it's within my ability. Tell me, what is it? Will you look? Will you look at my body? What? More specifically, my scars. You are going to have to see them eventually. In which case, I would like that to be now. A year ago, I had refused to look at her scars. I had been certain I wouldn't be able to accept what they represented. The abuse my father had subjected her to. Possible, I would have preferred never having to face that. But I, more than anyone, needed to know. It was my responsibility. I had to accept reality. I had to face up to what had been done to her. Okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna... I can't remember if they actually show anything here, so... I will read out to you for a little bit and see if anything pops up. I just don't want to get bonked by Twitch, so you know. I couldn't bring myself to look at her as she hesitantly disrobed. Just in case. The sound of her clothes rustling made me feel as though I was doing something incredibly improper. As much as I tried to feign calm, I was so tense my joints were practically creaking, and my heart felt like it was being stepped on. Okay, I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Yeah, I know, I turned it back on. I feel like I'm made of stone. I'm ready. You can turn around. All right. I'll count to 10. And here's the pic. She's laughing at me. I feel a whole lot better seeing you so nervous. I'm turning around. Okay. Oh, yep, that is... Yep, nope. Yep, we would have gotten bonked. Yep, no, yep, Well, maybe we might not have, but knowing Twitch's thing with VTubers, I'm like, oh, we would have got bonked. So, yeah. You'll have to just listen to me here. To me and the music. They don't usually bonk. Yeah, wait, do I have something I could... I might have something I can put over this. Hold on. Let me see. Or I can get something really quick. We'll do this. This might work. Image. Yep. That's fine. Cover myself with gnomes. Well, I'm getting the bonk dog, so it'll be fine. I'm getting the bonks. Hold on. Just so Twitch doesn't bonk us. Okay. Why gnomes? Did you look it up, Kane? Are you sure? Okay, I think it's more here. Yeah, okay, cool. So you can kind of see why it's, yeah. Okay. We'll chill like this for a little bit. Perfect. Can you move it up from the bottom? What do you mean? No, it's literally because the text box is transparent. No. I cannot. Oh. So yeah, this is what we got going on right now. So you're just gonna have to believe me when I'm saying things. Her head was tilted down enough to keep me from making out her expression, but she couldn't hide the pinkish flush spreading across her cheeks. It contrasted well with her being against her white, well, not excessively pale skin, just as her jet black hair. Sorry, it's not anything nice to look at. In what way was this not a pleasant sight? I had never been entranced by anything more in my life. She was stunning. I had no measure of comparison, but I was certain the same sight of any other woman in the world would not have had the same effect on me. I couldn't say as much with confidence, despite having never seen another woman nude. Hypnotized, I couldn't take my eyes off the gentle curves of her body. Were I more socially inclined, perhaps I could have told her she was pretty. which perhaps would have brought a sheepish smile to her face. And though I wanted to, my throat was as dry as dust. All I could manage to produce was incoherent rasps. Please say something. I'm hideous, aren't I? I'm unclean. You're not hideous. You mean it? I mean it. Why would you think so? Because you are not unclean. Not in the slightest. You mean it? I do. Even seeing this? Giselle's eyes slid downward, a trace of fear lurking just beneath the surface. Following her lead, I dropped my eyes to her lower body. And there, I saw her scars. Swollen, red and black gashes, still not healed after more than a year, defiled her white flesh. She described them for me. The lines were arranged to form the letters carved into her skin. Ah. So that's why I would have seen them eventually. My instincts told me that these wounds she would carry the rest of her life. I felt nauseous. Heartbroken. Infuriated. The fact that the person who had done this was just out of my reach. At the fact that I could do nothing for her. What went through my father's mind when he looked at these? What did he gain from giving her these wounds? Why did he have to do this to her? Why my father, of all people? Giselle was the one with the scars. Giselle was the one with the pain. But I felt like someone had shoved a handful of needles into my chest. Dozens of thick metal stakes piercing the walls of my heart. Blood streaming through me like a river. If I didn't force myself to face it, I was liable to run. What was the right thing to say? What was I supposed to tell her? As hard as I thought, I couldn't come up with an answer. All I came up was intense frustration. It killed me that I couldn't take these scars from her. That I couldn't give my father a piece of my mind. You are in no way hideous, no matter what scars are left on your body. It took all I had to form a single sentence. Thank goodness. I'm so glad to hear that. When I was down in that village, they said it didn't matter what they did to me because I was already dirty. That made me think I had reached the point where I was so tainted. Anyone could see that. I'm sorry. Why should you apologize? You were frowning really intensely. I thought I might have made you mad. No, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my father, the villagers, and myself. May I touch them? You may. My hands were trembling, but I knew I wouldn't be doing her any favors by hesitating. As soon as my fingers brushed her skin, she shuddered. Does it hurt? No, there hasn't been pain in some time. I could feel her trembling where I touched her. It didn't seem like it was going to subside anytime soon. Soon she began whimpering softly. Her lips moved as though she was trying to say something, but the best she managed was a few strained gasps. Tears had begun welling up in her eyes as well. I feel like I'm in heaven right now, but I also kind of hate myself. Hate yourself? But why? Because I can't stop shaking. I'm overjoyed to feel your touch, but I can't control my body. I know you're nothing like that, but I keep seeing flashes of you doing other things in my mind. It kills me that my body won't react the way I feel in my heart. I was foolish to have ever thought that these wounds would have healed. Just as scars remained on her body, so too did they remain in her heart. Unlike the physical wounds, though, the ones inside her seemed to still be raw and bleeding. She just did such a good job of acting normal that I had begun to think she might have gotten past them. Of course not, you blind fool. You shoved me back there because I brought back those memories. That's right. I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one. Do you have any desire to place a curse on him? Michelle, where the hell is this coming from? What? Do you want to curse Antonin? If you so desire, I might be able to make that happen. Cast a curse on him. Perhaps even a fatal one. Ignore the fact that he's my father. I don't consider that man family anymore. I want you to be honest with me. If, hypothetically, such a thing were possible, would you want to curse him? No, I wouldn't want that. Why not? You have every right to take revenge. For what that man did, he deserves punishment. He inflicted so much pain on you. You're still shaking, even more than a year later. And you can just let him get away with it out of the goodness of your heart? Hypothetically, if you wanted to curse him, I wouldn't do it even hypothetically. And not out of the goodness of my heart. I'm just a coward. A coward. If curses were real, and he were to die by one, then I would never, ever be able to forget. If my resentment for him took his life, that would mean he had damaged me so permanently I was never able to get past it. I don't want that. I want to be able to forget. I'm still shaking now. But one day, I want to be able to proclaim proudly that is no longer has any control over me. But I appreciate the sentiment. Setting aside your choice of method, you asked me out of concern. That's more than enough for me. A soft smile spread across her lips. But all it inspired in me was powerlessness. She was putting on an act. Was that sentiment really more than enough? Of course not. Not when she was still trembling so much. But what was I to do? What was I, unable to leave this house and helpless against the will of the Bologniers, to do? I was incapable of reassuring her pain, wasn't I? I couldn't do anything. Could I? Before I throw in the towel, I need to take some real time to think. To stop running from the problem. To figure out a real way to give her what she wants. And that doesn't involve curses or angry words. It has to be something that only I can do. Giselle? I took the hand that had been tracing her scars and slid it around her waist. Even now, she trembled. Her trembling showed no signs of abating. I will never. The one thing I could do. I will never hurt you again. Was to wrap her trembling body in my arms. I want you here with me. All I ask of you for now is to be at my side. You can be scared, you can quiver, but please don't apologize for it. Just don't feel bad about it. I promise not to turn my head away from your pain. So I ask of you, try not to keep it buried. I have no power or influence. I don't know all the right things to say. I am a man with nothing to his name. But the one thing I do have is a heartfelt desire to do whatever I can for you. As soon as I tightened my grip around her waist, she lurched forward, throwing her arms around me. She's crying again. Muffled whimpers resonated against my shoulder where she had buried her head. Eventually, they grew into unfettered sobs. I'm like, can I show you her crying? But no, I don't think I can. Not without getting more... Okay, there you go. You can see a little bit more there. But we're moving it back. We're moving it back. Just in case. But yeah, she's crying again. and my bedchamber was enveloped in the sound of weeping. She cried like a little child. The usually strong-willed, cheerful, optimistic Giselle wailed from the depths of her soul. This past year, she had constantly been nudging me forward. It was always her leading the way. There had undoubtedly been moments where she wanted to cry like this, but couldn't. So, starting now, I was going to try and support her too. I was sure I would mess something up, as I had little experience in being caring. I would probably anger her, probably stress her out, and probably make her cry. But I had found my resolve. I had to overcome my hesitation. I was sure I could do it. That I could create a place where she could find peace. I could surely. Giselle didn't stop crying until the sun began peeking over the horizon. I had, as I had said, not looked away and simply holding her in silence. She had decidedly not childlike frame, but she seemed incredibly small in my arms. We felt each other's warmth through my clothes. Between sniffles, Giselle softly said, "One day, I'm certain, I will be able to, without hesitation, be properly joined with you, and it will be wonderful. Right now, I still can't control the shaking, but eventually, I want to be able to put my hands on you too." The affection infused each and every word was palpable. Sometime later, she drifted off to sleep, exhausted. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that at least tonight she would have pleasant dreams. And now we can get rid of Bonk. Thank you for your hard work here, Bonk. I appreciate you. You were doing a lot of heavy lifting there. Thank you, Bonk. Thank you, Bonk. Curse you, Bonk. No, Bonk saved us from what could possibly have been really bad. Nah, it was fine, probably. Okay, I'm going to go take a little 2-3 minute break. I'm gonna go grab some more water, and then we will continue on with the story. Oh, there he goes again. He's joined the riot. You may all join Kane in the riot. Yeah, it's always good to be cautious with Twitch. I'd rather not try my luck. I'd rather not test the limits, but yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some water. Be right back. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. Thank you so much for the raid, Hal. I really appreciate it. Were we painting today? I'm so sorry. I missed it. Thank you all so much for stopping in. Give me 1 second. Let me transfer back over. Hello. Apologies. I was just grabbing some water. I was painting the mini... Oh, okay. I'm going to have to look those up. I will have to watch afterwards. Yes, staying hydrated is important. Thank you so much. But yes, hello. My name is Maeve Gloomridge. I am the owner and curator here of the Gloomridge Museum of the Occult, and I am your guide to everything mystical, magical, and everything in between. Today, we are quite a ways into the House of Fata Morgana. We are in chapter 5, and we've just had a very heartfelt moment, so you came at a good time, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining. Thank you so much for the follow, Rowley. I really appreciate it. I hope you had some fun painting today. But yeah, I'll have to look at that stream afterwards. I'm excited. I'm excited to see. Yeah. Well, I will say we just had the well, I can actually show. For the past couple minutes, this guy has had to be on screen for a little while. Yeah, it's a game. It's a game and a half. So we do have a trigger warning in chat. This game does get some pretty it does get pretty intense. Yeah, it's pretty intense. So if that is not something you are interested in, that is totally okay. Please take care of yourself first and prioritize yourself. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping in, Hal. Yeah, it's a hefty list. So yeah, but it is a really beautiful game. If you get into the story of it, it's really beautiful. And yeah. Also, raiders, if you do need to raid and run, absolutely feel free to. I really appreciate you even stopping by for just a little bit. But yes, we will continue. Okay, so we had just essentially had a very heartfelt moment between Michelle and Giselle, who are our two characters here. A very good heart-to-heart, them expressing that they love one another. And yeah, let's see what happens. Morning? No. Afternoon? Oh, goodness. And you get to hear me voice act, which is... Oh boy. Let's go. Master. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, come on. Put a little more oomph into it. Same Giselle as always. I must say, last night was something, Master. I didn't know you had that in you. Just thinking about it. Ow! Hey! That hurt. What was that for? I was struck with the insatiable urge to whack you. Whatever happened to your heartfelt desire to do whatever you can for me? I don't think hitting me counts. You're tough enough for to get over a little bonk. You were just being so nice yesterday. Where did that go? So, would you like to explain why you're making dirty jokes first thing in the morning? Yeah, just... I was trying to lighten the mood to hide my embarrassment. Fair enough. Alright, but do not joke about that in the future. I didn't actually do anything to you. No worries, Umgak. Thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy your rest of your day. No, you didn't. Sorry. Say, could I ask you something? Yes. You hardly ever use my name. It makes us feel so distant. Could you do something about that, maybe? We're skipping straight over name into pet name. Yep, we're just, yep. Babe? No. That's not you at all. Just go with my name, please. We've graduated from a master-servant relationship to a romantic relationship. But that is a bit much. Romantic relationship. Exactly. So, in honor of the new us, let's make this the last. All right? Michelle? Oh, all right. There we go. No longer master and servant. It is now Giselle and Michelle. Finally. Thank goodness. I don't have to say master again. Goodness. At the time, the light that had entered our life seemed unreal and fantastical. Now we fire her and make it official. Yep. Is that essentially? Yes. Well, yeah, basically. I agree with that, soul. I agree with that. But I prayed that it would indeed last. In hope of an equally bright future, I allowed myself to rejoice in that moment, letting the unconquered shadows that lurked in my peripheral remain unseen. And now we go back to sadness. Blackness consumed the once colorful space. Giselle still stands before me, as she did within the door. But I struggle to reconcile the two scenes. They are both real. They are both her. The lively, spunky girl of the past and the lifeless girl of the present are both Giselle. As different as they seem, they are both her. Why don't we stop there? It was a wonderful story. They overcame their troubles and lived happily ever after. Is that not good enough? It couldn't be any worse than where we are now. All we have to do then is erase the now. Throw everything away from and start over where it was better. Michelle doesn't seem to want to. You were able to bear them because they weren't your tragedies. And that goes for more than just me. Actually, as a matter of fact, those words apply even better to her than me. The ending is already set in stone. It's already happened. What's the point in watching it again? All that accomplishes is making me relive it all. The ending has not been written. We are both here now, which means our lives still lies ahead of us. Then, can I ask you to promise me not to let go of my hand, no matter what? No matter what happens, we mustn't let go of my hand. Now I understand. That was a request, even if she didn't perceive it as such. In place of a verbal response, I squeezed her hand in mine. I know where this tale is heading. Toward tragedy. All of the other doors we'd visited ended in tragedy. And ours is no exception. But perhaps what's waiting ahead at the end of this one is even more dire than I imagine. The door to our past swings open once more, behind which lies the end of me and the beginning of her. A month had passed since the night with the rose. Right on schedule, the monthly delivery arrived, but in it was a letter that would dramatically change our lives. My father, Antonin, had fallen ill and died. I presumed it was the witch's doing, but she was silent, refusing to respond to my questions. If it wasn't her, then he must have died naturally. It seemed more than a little tasteless to celebrate someone's death. But good taste and reality don't always agree. I was extremely relieved to hear the news. The man had raped Giselle. He had tried to kill me. And now he was gone from this world. I've been waiting for this moment for years. His passing had another effect as well. My death could be revoked. Many years ago, my brother had told me that when he succeeded our father, he would come back to the Bolognier, he would welcome me back to the Bolognier estate, and I could be part of the family once more. Which meant this letter signaled the end of my banishment. Not sure how to feel about it. Yeah. Rejoicing doesn't really seem appropriate. But this means you can return home, right? In theory. My brother is set to take control of the estate, so he should be accommodating. Thank you so much for following, Mad. Oh, we hit the follower goal. Yay. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to write a letter. Have them send us a carriage. It is much too long a distance to walk. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Majide. Majide? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hopefully this is interesting for you all. I hope it's interesting. Yay. All right. I'm excited. What should we do first when we get back to the capital? Oh, I know. How about you stop by my place? My mom and sister won't believe their eyes. My time in this mansion was almost at its end. The future I had only vaguely envisioned was now within my reach. I'd always spoken of this moment, predicated with eventually, like it was some kind of unattainable fantasy. But now it was practically a reality. I realized I hadn't actually given it much thought. Hey, are you still awake? I am. Not a great night for sleeping, huh? Are you thinking about your family? It all seems so surreal. Yeah, it does. This house is like a desert island, cut off from the world, which makes everything feel kind of like a fantasy or fairy tale sometimes. Even what we have. From time to time, I get the feeling nothing is real. That the outside world is just a figment of my imagination. That my entire life only ever existed within these walls. Are you nervous? Maybe I am. I always thought that when this day arrived, it would be more cathartic. I'm sorry. I'm finally able to take you back to the capital, and I can't seem to get past my own negativity. It's only natural to be nervous. I am too. I haven't spent nearly as long as you living in this mansion. But I know how you feel. And because I feel the same way. Not knowing what the future holds. It's scary. You know, I was thinking I would be okay with staying. I mean, I would love to return to the capital, and I miss my family dearly. But even if I never got to see them again, in no way would I consider myself unhappy. I honestly think I've got a pretty wonderful life. If you're not comfortable going back to that house, and you're saying you'll endure it for me, Giselle, there are other paths we can take. You could live with your family, or you could remain here in the mansion. Not at all. No, I want to. No matter where I go, you'll be with me, Michelle. It's true I am nervous not knowing what the future holds. But not in a scared something might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future. Don't worry, Michelle. Future's nothing to be afraid of. You make it sound like I'm paralyzed with fear. But you are, aren't you? Hey now, don't give me that look. Once again, she's the one pushing me forward. I will make sure you have a good, happy life. Thank you. What? Nothing. I'm feeling kind of sentimental. Thinking about how we've only got a little time here left. It wasn't perfect, but it was an important part of my life. Indeed. Say... Yes? Well... I think I could handle it right now. Probably. It? Oh, use your head, you little... I don't follow. How can you be so dense? I mean, you know, touching and so forth. You know, take the next step. I'm saying I'm feeling up for that right now. It's not proper for a woman to bring up that subject, is it? But I did kind of ask you to wait. And I feel bad leading you on for so long. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're shaking. I'm just really emotional, that's all. You don't need to force yourself if you're not ready. I can wait as long as you need. Besides? Never mind. It's fine. There's no need to rush things. You don't need to worry. Yeah. How does this horribly go wrong? Well, you see. You'll find out shortly. I wrote 2 letters. One to my brother and one to my mother. One so Giselle could return, and one so I could be myself. Demonstrate who I was. I had to prove that I was not cursed. For failing to do that, would only bring her grief. It might become the final crack in the identity I had built up for myself. I had to convince her that I was neither demon nor angel, but a human man who had fallen in love with a human woman. However, I was too foolish to realize that the future I had envisioned was nothing but a fantasy. Had I been able to grasp that, then maybe I could have taken her somewhere far away, where no one knew who we were, where things might have turned out differently. It's been really foggy lately. I'd rather if we left when it was clear. It would be terrible for the coachman to have rolled the carriage because he couldn't see where we were going. If there wasn't so much fog, I would probably be able to see the little columns of orange evening sunlight fighting their way through the trees. But the milky white mist seemed to swallow up the light, leaving nothing for the surrounding area. It was rather dreary weather. I wonder when they'll be here. Although, if they never show up, that's okay too. I was finally able to return to the capital with Michelle, to see my family again. And that was wonderful. It seemed like a dream come true. But it wouldn't disappoint me if it never ended up happening. I didn't care where I ended up, so long as Michelle was there with me. That's all that matters. I should probably close the windows. The coach isn't likely to show up at night, I don't think. I reached my hand out to shut a window, which is when I saw something wavering beyond the heavy mist. Light? And it wasn't just one. Looking closer revealed several more flickering spots. They moved up and down, but rhythmically. More and more came into view. My mind began seeing them as people carrying torches. They're coming this way. Could they be our escorts? Back to the capital. Though... What? As soon as the thought, there sure are a lot, popped into my head, something whizzed past my cheek. What? Huh? What was... Huh? Why? What? It was an arrow. Giselle! What? The arrow had flown through the window and pierced the opposite wall. It's the Nintendo ninjas. Oh, we wish. Oh, we wish it was just Nintendo. Not, you know, 9th century mobs. Yay. Or sorry, 11th century mobs. Pardon me. I went the wrong way with my math. Had Michelle not knocked me out of the way. they were making a sound fan project. Yeah. They do be doing that. Mm-hmm. Giselle, are you okay? I'm fine. But what? What's going on? Never mind that. Right now, we need to run. Huh? Wait, Michelle. No, now. There's no time to talk. Stay out of sight of the windows. Got it. He grabbed my hand and broke out into a run. A relentless storm of arrows showered through the windows we had worked so hard to get open a year ago. This wasn't what we had gone through all that effort for. Once I open the front door, run. We have to get as far away from this house as quickly as we can. What was happening? Why did we have to run? Why were those people firing arrows at us? With a wave of questions came a wave of fear. Couldn't say anything. The sheer terror had frozen my jaw in place. Get ready. I nodded, squeezing his hand tight. I knew it would just be another obstacle to his safe escape, but I did not want to let go of his hand. I was afraid if I did, I would never be able to hold it again. Are you all right? Or, sorry, wrong person saying that. Him. Are you all right? I'm fine. But how? There are people out front too? Damn it. Why? Several arrows were sticking out of the floor before us. Beyond the door, which Michelle had managed to shut almost immediately, rang a canopy of whoosh, thump, whoosh, thump. We can't escape? Why? What's going on? Damn it. The deep scowl. Michelle barred the front door. All the while, the arrows kept flying. The panic in the air kept growing thicker. I don't understand. How did they? Only a handful of people know about this place. Yep, it's Amity, 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 that bitch. I'm a dick. Yep. This is all my fault. Because I told the villagers about this place. They think a demon lives here, not a human. So they're here to tear down the house. They made weapons. Bows. Just for this? I don't. There was a deep rumble. The ground below us shook. I almost fell to the floor. They're trying to break down the door, it seems. Michelle. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Because of what I did. No. What? It's not your fault. It's mine. Michelle? I challenged her, and because I did, she made my curse real. What are you talking about? Michelle? This way. Run. Michelle dragged me through the mansion's corridors until we reached the chamber with the stained glass window. At the far end of the room sat a small door. Where does this lead? I'd been aware of the door's presence, but I had never gone inside it. Something about it seemed somewhat different than the rest of the house. I wasn't sure how to describe it exactly. But it felt like shadows had taken root here. The observation tower. A tower? But if we go up there, we're putting ourselves in a corner. It doesn't matter where we go, they have us trapped. But there's a chance that up there... He didn't finish that thought, however. He opened the door, leading me into the tower. His face deathly pale. We started running again, around and around the spiral staircase, making our way towards the top. In regular intervals along the wall were rectangular windows. A layer of fog still lay thick across the land. Peering out into it made me feel like we had been thrown into a dream world. If it weren't for the orange spots of torchlights surrounding the mansion. Silhouettes holding the torches. Is that armor? Appeared to be knights. Michelle, tell me. Why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse. It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's something more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Michelle's gaze was firmly directed forward as he frantically led me up the stairs. We were breathing hard, and the sound of it echoed through the tower walls. Our panicked hearts were beating so hard, I was afraid they might be able to hear it outside. Eventually, we made it to the top. A pile of discarded rope lay unceremoniously at the foot of a door, presumably once used to seal it shut. The door was deeply weathered and rotting in places. It had obviously been left sitting in disrepair even longer than Michelle had lived there. What is this? Inside. Frigid air nipped at my skin, and it wasn't a pleasant, refreshing kind of cool, but a bitter, oppressive cold. This room felt unlike any other in the mansion. This is an observation tower. You can't even see. There once would have been windows allowing you to see on all directions around the mansion. But all that remains now is a tiny window opening near the ceiling. I can't speak right now. Oh my goodness. The anxiety's getting to me, everyone. If we hide out here, then there's a chance it might not find us. It sounds like they broke the door down. Don't worry, they won't find us. When they give up their search, we can get out of here. I'm sure it will all turn out all right. Okay, but what keeps them? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's the problem. I don't think Michelle is thinking of that soul. I don't think he is at all. Michelle's voice was quivering as was his hand in mine. Michelle. We huddled together, feeling each other's warmth in our arms. My free hand clenched his shirt for dear life. I'm sorry. What? I'm to blame for this. It's my fault you're in this mess. The pain you've had to experience, you're being sent to this place, and what's happening now, all can be traced back to my being born. I am so sorry. Why was he apologizing? Why did he insist that this was his fault? Why didn't he tell me what his curse was? Why were these people trying to kill us? Right. Those people were trying to kill us. Putting into words like that made the fear that much more real. The arrows they were firing weren't threats. They were meant to kill us. Michelle. But with Michelle trembling in my arms, I couldn't bring myself to ask those questions. What meaning would those answers have if death is lurking so close behind us? All I could do was pray. Pray that he was right, that they wouldn't find us, and we would be able to escape. However, over here, there's a door and stairs leading up. My hopes were shattered by the sound of voices from below. I could hear the faint clanking of armor. Our grips on each other tightened. and our trembling intensified. Fear swelled within the tower, making us its slaves. Giselle. We were both terrified. And who wouldn't be? Fairy tale heroes could be magically courageous in the face of overwhelming danger, but they weren't real. The fear of my impending death, drawing nearer and nearer with each passing moment, almost drove me mad. I couldn't think clearly. My heart was having trouble keeping up. My head was a big white mess. We were supposed to return to the capital, start a new life, finally obtain our happiness. It was right there at our fingertips. Enough happiness to make up for Michelle's 10 years of isolation. And enough to erase the nightmare from my memory forever. What had we done to have that taken away from us? We just loved each other and wanted a quiet life together. Nothing outrageous. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. But what scared me the most was being separated from Michelle. Hey, Michelle. What are those people really doing here? If what they were after is money or valuables, we can offer them everything in the mansion. We don't need any of it. If they don't want us to return to the capital, we can tell them we'll stay here. They might be willing to talk it over. I don't care if I lose everything else. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Vulgaires. Thank you so much. So long as I have you, I can survive anywhere. All that matters was that we had our lives. So long as the two of us still breathed. But death. Death to the unholy one. Death to the heretic. Death to the witch. Despair hung over us like the fog outside. There was no heretics, no witches, no unholy ones here. But they probably would never listen to us. Or the Emperor. Oh no! Oh no! The moment we stepped outside this room, we would be dead, no matter what we said. Michelle, I'm all right. It's okay, Michelle. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please, hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Ah, finally you speak Okay, so I don't mean to cut in here, chat, but I need to check something. I don't think she talks when it's Giselle's POV. No, it doesn't look like it. So there was one chapter where the witch, who Michelle is currently talking to in his head, was speaking. We could read what she was saying to him. So I was just making sure we aren't missing more interesting dialogue. But yes, we aren't. But the witch is talking to Michelle. Michelle? He wasn't looking at me, though. His unfocused eyes were directed upward. Not toward any particular point, but wandering aimlessly. His purplish lips appeared to move, as though he was speaking, but no sound came out. Hey, Michelle? Are you alright? Come back to me, Michelle! I grabbed him by the shoulders and shook, but he didn't even seem to notice. No matter how many times I called to him, he didn't look down from the emptiness above. Michelle! Giselle? Finally, after far too long, his gaze slid down to meet mine. He looked defeated, exhausted, and cornered all at once. I was scared too. His fears seemed to have consumed him entirely. Please, hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would come to my life. I never thought I would be able to find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michelle? You, Giselle. You delivered me from that darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I had lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michelle? I should have noticed. Noticed his arms were tensing up. Noticed and stopped him. So, please allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you. So let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. Michelle? What? What are you doing? Get back in here, Michelle. Why? The door. I can't open it. I shoved on the door, trying to go after him. But it wouldn't budge, even in the slightest bit. It was as though there had never been a door at all, merely a wall disguised as one. It wasn't someone holding it shut from the other side, either. I pushed and pulled with all my might, but I couldn't even manage to eke out the tiniest crack. Michelle? Michelle! What did you do to the door? Come back here. Come on, get back in here. want to lose you either. Say something, Michelle. You're out there, aren't you? Please. Please, don't do anything rash. They're going to kill you if you're out there. Giselle, the witch told me. What? That she would ensure your safety. Michelle, she isn't real. There's no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination you created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michelle! Please, listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You are not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this. Live your life. And always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Get back in here, Michelle. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather... Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family. Why? Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light into my world. Don't say that! But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind if I pray we are able to meet again. That we could find each other once more in another world. Michelle! Michelle. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. Come on now, Michelle, open the door! You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon a cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here? Open the door! Michelle, please! Listen to me! You can hear me out there, can't you? You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? Who? Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michelle Bollinger, or a demon child, naturally. Or a witch, perhaps? Please, open the door! Why won't you open it? He isn't unholy or impure. He's a perfectly normal human and a very sweet man. Yes, I'm the witch. The witch is in here. I'm the one you want to execute. Kill me. Execute me. Now I see Giselle. This world. Kill him. Yeah. So many blades pierced my flesh. A sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both my legs. I could hardly tell what hurt anymore. There was an unpleasant sound in the tower, almost like a heavy rain. It was the sound of my blood spilling onto the stone. Red. It was red, just like anyone else's blood. It didn't flow in unnatural patterns. It didn't turn into black, demonic shadows. It didn't cause anyone who touched it harm. It was just ordinary red blood. Regardless, this body was probably still cursed. It had to be. I couldn't hear Giselle's voice anymore. I hoped she was safe and alive. I prayed that at least she would be protected. At least the witch would keep her promise. It was getting dark. Light was quickly departing from my world. Darkness everlasting dragged me down into the pits. I believed in you. Michelle? Michelle? Hey, say something. Talk to me. Hey, what's going on? What's going on here? No, this can't be happening. An impossibly heavy thud came from beyond the door, and with it, Michelle fell silent. Then, intermittent squelching sounds as something slid down the door. No! No! No, this can't be! Why? Why? I pounded on the door with all my strength, but it still refused to give in. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a great night. The skin on my hands eventually going raw and beginning to seep blood. Why? Why should Michelle have to be killed? Tell me why. Take me with you. Please, don't leave me behind. That man isn't a witch. He isn't cursed. I'm cursed, not him. So don't hang him. Don't humiliate him like that. Kill me instead. Please. Again and again and again, I pounded on the door. But self-described knights on the other side seemed to not even be aware of my presence. They seemed unable to hear my cries. Their armor clanking with each step, they began to descend the staircase. And with it, I could hear the sound of something heavy being dragged slowly across the floor. No! Don't take him away! Stop! Don't take Michelle away from me! I'm begging you! But my pleas were in vain. My hope was for naught. The knights took him away. Took him somewhere out of my reach. For all eternity. Don't take him away from me! Michelle. After much, much too long, the door swung open all on its own. It happened so unceremoniously, it was hard to believe I had actually been trapped inside. I had no idea how much time had passed. But the chill in the air suggested it was deep into the night. And with the biting cold, there was a stench of blood. Why? Why? Michelle. I never wanted this. Oh, Giselle, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Giselle. You didn't understand at all, Michelle. You didn't know the depth of my feelings for you. You didn't know how intensely I wanted you. How fervently I loved you. I was never going to be able to find someone else and live happily with them. It had to be you. The thought of anyone else touching me terrified me. You just didn't understand. I don't want to live in this stupid world. The time I spent with you truly was the happiest time of my life. Well, there you have it. I'm too safe. No deal. What do you mean no deal? What do you mean no deal? I'm trying to decide if I should keep going or if I should end it here. Time-wise, end it? Yeah, it's getting late. Well, we're at a good spot, though. So we have had the conclusion of the majority of the Giselle Michelle story. There are still nuances that need to be delved into. Much like, okay, so the ending of story 4 is similar, but we haven't had the witch meet Giselle. We also have to know why Michelle is considered first, and why he happened to know the knight who was talking to him. Much to learn. Much to learn. Why more questions? They answer one and give you 4 more. Welcome to the house in Fata Morgana. That is just how we work. But thank you all so much for joining me tonight. I really, really, really appreciate it. Let me see. Since we had a raid today, I should probably raid out to someone now, shouldn't I? Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for joining, everyone. I really appreciate it. Should we do our normal? The Insomniac is available? That's where I was thinking. Let's go see Marky, shall we? We're back in Kaizo Ironmon with Marky over here. So please go say hi to Marky. Go wish him well on his Kaizo Ironmon run. I thank you all for joining me here today. And we will see you tomorrow for a little bit more fun with some Hollow Cure. All right. Thank you so much. And we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Bye-bye. Yeah, I still need a raid message. We'll figure that out in the future. It's fine. All right. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.